Good morning. I'm testing a new mic today, so make sure to tell me if it's too low, too high, unclear, whatever. If there's any problems, let me know. Good morning. I'm testing a new... Sounds okay to me, so let's hope it sounds okay to you. I was talking with my friends this weekend while we played D&D if they tested my game, and one of my friends played it in third person. I was telling how I was considering whether third person should be a thing or not. I play in first person, and so far the game has been made with first person in mind. However, for him, third person is like the preferred way to play. And honestly, it should not be too hard to make third person work. The most difficult part will be the mining. Third person navigating the camera in the mine. So we could have a look how it is right now while we discuss this. Okay. Right now, when you go forward, you can easily aim and stuff like this because of the new camera angle. When we look downwards, we don't really see what's going on in front of us. We take up most of the space of this area right here. And also the drill raycast goes from the camera, not the player. It might be fine that the raycast goes from the camera, and the reason for that is that I feel like we have to fix the camera anyways to like not go through blocks. So what we want to do is a raycast from the player position to the desired camera position. If there's a solid block in the way, we clamp the camera position. Yeah, and the Jetpack VFX will not really be much visible in first person, I believe, unless we're playing multiplayer, or there's things like smoke and stuff like that. But this VFX is very much giving love to third person more than anything else. do wonder what kind of UI elements scale properly with the screen size, because I've been testing now at the 3840 width, and you can see the elements on the screen, like the text elements and stuff, is very small, right? So we probably want to scale those up when we do higher resolutions. And we also have to be careful that they don't get too big when they are low resolutions. Let's do a little task list. We did actually do something with the laser ramp, and I think it might work fine. We have we turn the crosshair more and more red when the ramp goes up, and it turns blue and the laser cools down. And I don't remember if we finished making sure it works in multiplayer. Let's test it. First, single player. That looks fine. Everything works in single player. Let's do debug, customize run instances too. Okay. Oh, hello Palm. Did you have a good weekend? Yes. I did have a good weekend. Did some I did some more moving. We're getting there, but I moved my new chair over here. I'm also moving some stuff in today when my mom arrives a bit later with the big car. Then I went to D&D and had a pretty chill weekend. Of course, started looking more and more forward to Path of Exile 2, which revealed its next expansion, 0.5, the content of it. You have a short work week this week, so you're hoping to get some time for your project. Nice. Sounds like you might get some good hours in the weekend then. That's hype. How was your weekend, man? So there's two things we want to look out for. First, that when one player changes his... yeah, this doesn't work. When one player changes his crosshair, the other one doesn't. And that's fine, but this one doesn't work. And this is player 2. So this is the client joining the game. Working on your characters. You're like getting close, but still want some improvements, I see. So these messages, you can see, is not allowed because of the mode authority. And here we see the authority of this node is the... since it's, as long as it's not 1, it means it's the client that joined the game. So the client that joined the game owns this node. And this is because of some stupid structure that I made in the beginning, where I wanted to make sure that all the input was client specific on the player, and then I didn't quite know how multiplayer worked yet. But instead of like fixing all of my scripts and node structure authority and such, I'll simply do any peer here and not demand authority. It's almost time for our morning meeting at work, but you'll check in later. Thank you for saying good morning, man. It was very much appreciated. Have a nice day at work. Okay, so it worked partly, but there was one more. Apply crosshair color. Local. This one. We also do any peer. And we try again. Now for this final check. Also different crosshairs, yes. Nice. blue and then white again, and then I can shoot again. Good. Nice. I should actually make the character targetable by the laser. So it doesn't feel like they don't exist. Of course, unless I'm gonna have player damage, I'm not gonna have any friendly fire, but at least you can shoot your friend in the face anyways if you want to. With no repercussions. One final thing before we start with the jetpack planning here. I want to make sure I noted everything here, which I did not. So last week ended the 10. Yep. This was until 10. And we did drill. We did weapon. We balanced machine gun and laser gun. We added reload to machine gun, added overheating to laser, and then balance the weapons. For the VFX of the weapons, added reload next to crosshair. For machine gun. And we added recoloring of crosshair based on RAM and overheating for laser. Ah, it's 17th of May at Sunday. That is a national holiday in Norway. So that means probably time with the family. Good food. And ice cream. So on the task list itself, I'm gonna add the camera. Third person. Have the camera cast a raycast from the player to the desired camera position. Set camera position to raycast collision point. Every frame. Raycast collision point is both checked actually it's first checked on voxel level, then on no. I'm just thinking, even if the camera collides with something, if the raycast collides with something, we should still check the voxel. This is what I'm thinking. But if collision point, check if there's voxel override. So that has to happen anyways. Set temp collision point to collision point. Check if there is voxel collision point. If there is, set collision point equal voxel position. Voxel collision. I think this will be okay. It's a check voxel collision point. If there is, set collision point is voxel collision. No Blackwater. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, in order to have it super safe, it should be actually to take the closest of the two always. Because you can have the camera hit the solid object behind a solid voxel somewhere. And vice versa. You can have the camera hit a solid object, but the voxel raycast check can still find the solid voxel behind the solid object. So in reality, we want the closest of the 2 points. I just hope it won't be expensive to do this every frame. Is it physical? Okay. If voxel collision point. Yeah, I guess so. How are you doing, Blackwater? Started working on your new project now, right? Getting the main art together so you can start going in engine. How you do it that way? Art first. I think art first can work if you want to promote it a lot. But if it's the danger is like you can make art that you might not use, you know, depending, maybe you change direction of the game or something. Let's see. Jetpack VFX. You don't like the placeholder color blocks approach yourself. Mentally, I like seeing a finished product even if changes happens later. In the last hand, you change the main menu art near the end. Yeah, I see. There's also like a big difference between like art made quite quick and like a character model you spent an entire week working on. Like if you have 10 models that you used 1 week working on, that would probably be risky to do before you started making the game, right? But if you spend like an hour on each model, and that gives you peace of mind because you don't have to look at the blocks, colored blocks. You could even spend a couple of days on the character model or more, I guess, because the character model you might be pretty sure of how it's gonna look. And yeah. But like I said, this is like a big big advantage for you if you post devlogs and stuff. Right, when I was doing a slingshot repair shop game, we never finished. We just made simple models with no textures. Ah, exactly. Yeah. It happens, right? It can be anything from the game changing a little direction, maybe you get a better idea, or maybe you even like get completely in love with another game idea and you go like, oh, early in the project you go like, oh, I know exactly what I want to make now, and it's quite different. But yeah, do you use Twitter or do you use Instagram, TikTok, or YouTube to post like progress? Because then, since you have models and everything, it's much more appealing to people. You might have success there. So even what I'm doing here now is like a bit risky, right? I'm doing VFX for stuff I don't have models for, because I think I'm gonna make a mech that is the player character, but I don't know how to make it mech yet. At the same time, I want already to have some VFX for the jetpack. So I'm trying to keep in mind the mech will probably have some sort of propulsion, whether it be like the Iron Man flame out of the hands, or it's a jetpack on the back, or like jet engines under some wings. Whatever, I think if I can make it like some kind of jet propulsion, fire, hot air thing, that should be able to fit all the alternatives I am currently considering for models. So then it's kind of a low risk. You don't do much social media, but you have a LinkedIn company page, and on Mastodon, your part, game dev branch, server, or whatever they call them. And every weekend, you have Screenshot Saturday. I think I read about it. It's the same on X. There's a Screenshot Saturday. And what I figured might be easy to do is if you have Screenshot Saturday on LinkedIn or wherever you have it, then you can basically copy paste the text and the image and place it on X, just like that. Like, it's a very low effort to do a second post if nothing changes, you know? So the idea behind growing a following on Twitter and such, it's to get trickling wish lists, right? Like from time to time on your post you might say, by the way guys, I worked on this game for 3 months now. I'm getting pretty far, so or I've worked very hard on it, and if you think it looks interesting, I would really appreciate the wish lists, and then you throw in your page there from time to time. It's not gonna give like many thousand wish lists probably, but it will help, and then you will have a little following before you do stuff like the next fest, and yeah, just more exposure in general can help you reach more exposure later. Yeah, you have YouTube, and that's a tutorial. Okay. So you didn't quite reach an audience with your hand-related videos. Understand. Did I pull the cable or no? I saw the stream lagged on my side. Hope it didn't lag at your side. Just keep in mind that YouTube might need several videos and proper tags in order to find the correct audience, and also you can get lucky or unlucky with timing of stuff. I have some videos I thought was I'm 3 FPS. Damn. Did I download something? No. It's my speed shit. Yes, probably. Yo. This is the Ethernet throughput, right? This is traffic, isn't it? So it's just shitty internet, right? Because I don't shitty internet, right? Because I don't have like massive traffics outgoing, I believe. Yeah, now I can see it's shitty. I'll give it 5 minutes, and if it doesn't improve, I'll I'll have to stop streaming and I'll just restart the router, call the company, see if they can do something. Otherwise it's probably like a temporary thing. It's been a lot of trouble with the internet in the new place compared to the old. Like fiber optics really shouldn't have much issues, but it keeps happening. Nice, Total 90. You were able to show up 15 days in a row. That's crazy. Let me see, is this... Oh, flashbang! No, why my print screen macro doesn't work? Oh well. I'm your second highest streak. Well, I'm honored. It's very nice. I did download a VPN that I'm like not connected to, I believe. Okay, well that helped. Sorry for the interruption of the stream. Yeah, so my VPN connects automatically on Windows Startup apparently. That's annoying. I'm glad it's fixed. Okay. Frame per second, yeah. The next fest is past cutoff. October is the next one. You're considering whether you will reach be able to make August 31. Well, just consider that next fest, I think, except if you can make a streamer play your game, I think next fest is the biggest wishlist push you will have. That's the biggest exposure you will have. So my thoughts on next fest is that you should have a very polished demo on next fest. You should have like 10 minutes of gameplay that is actually really good. If your demo is 90% done in August 31st, and the last 10% is gonna improve the quality and gameplay like a lot, I would still sit on it for 3 months, to be honest. That's me though, and I'm no expert. But just keep in mind that the next fest exposure is really good. Thornity CO. That's like a YouTuber or something. He has marketing stuff for devs. Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, okay. Of course, it's up to you, Blackwater. But if you're asking my advice, it is make sure the demo is as good as it gets before next fest. Even if it means you have to sit on your game for 3 months. That's my advice. You know, I'm trying to learn some stuff about wish lists and following a course from a YouTuber called Thomas Brush. So if I learn more about it, I'll try to remember to keep you informed. Good old Thomas, yes. Indeed. All right. I think the best place to start is to see inspiration from others, like maybe someone already made some really cool looking Jetpack VFX. and we try to do something similar. It could also be that there's an asset for it. This is Unreal. I'm not sure if Unreal is directly portable into Godot. Depends on the file type, right? Time to professionally joink. Yep. I am very, very sure that I am not the best artist in the world to make jetpack effects. I'm pretty sure just about anyone can teach me something. This has asset paid and video tutorial if you wanted to do it yourself. Spacecraft. Okay, so that's Is that a particle effect or is it a cylinder cone with a shader? Probably particle, right? You made a Gommage FX. Took me over an hour and it's like 20% of what I wanted. Ah, yeah. I think it's mesh effects. I was thinking like this one looked really cool. And what's nice, if I can make the logic for the targeting of where the smoke is and just make the jetpack effect up here, then even if I make a bad smoke effect right now, I could make a better smoke effect later. Like it's easy to replace it, as long as all the logic for where it should spawn, stuff like that is okay. You should probably combine cylinder mesh and add smoke and fire particles to it. Yeah, my jetpack is currently cylinders. But you're thinking of the actual jet, I guess? The thrust here. Program is he using actually? This is not Blender, right? Is the program called Houdini? Ah, Houdini, okay. As far as you know, Godot doesn't support volumetric particles. Do you want to get it as juicy as the Unreal pictures? I see, I see. What I'm a little worried about with the smoke particles here is how the game tends to lag if you look at the many overlying particles with alpha values. Like if I have 100,000 smoke particles with alpha values. Because the thing is, if I'm using like actually solid, like opaque particles, you could do like 100,000 particles in some area and it's not that bad. Okay. Before I continue, I got 2 phone calls to make, so I'll just get that done with. Be right back. All right. With that out of the way. What I'm trying to consider looking at these videos are things like this cat. what particles would be lingering and which ones would be responsive. So of course the stream from the jetpack right here is quite responsive, like it moves with the player with the jetpack. If the jetpack would be a type that would change direction, this should change direction pretty much immediately. While things like the smoke, right? It's not gonna be like a straight tail from the player. If he goes left and right, then the smoke should also trailing behind like a snake, right? Is it as long as we don't have local on the particle effect, it should use global space, right? I'll figure that one out. This one, I'm assuming what we can do is again one of those raycasts that checks where we collide with voxels or the ground, and put the smoke spawn position based on that. And then we just make that raycast a child of the jetpack, and then whenever the jetpack rotates, that raycast will rotate, so it should be able to simulate the hit position quite accurately. Like I said, I'm worried about the smoke effects, like how we're gonna make a smoke effect which is performant. Maybe it's possible to do something with fog. I don't know how it is to spawn a local fog. Let's have a look. Try to make some notes first. problem with particle effects here is that normally you would have the particle effect have a velocity, and you wouldn't really be able to tell when the particle effect hit the ground unless you use like GPU collider. What we could maybe do is not actually use velocity on the particle effect, but instead move the actual GPU particle element. So what I'm talking about is the process material. There will be velocities, right? Which we can tweak, gravity and such, and starting velocity. But if we keep those quite subtle, we might be able to actually move the GPU particles itself. And then we can do something like move that close to the ground, and then have it stop when it reaches close to the collision point of the ground, and change the velocity so that the smoke spreads from that point on. This is a more complicated one though. I wonder if we can like mark it. Hard. I'll put this on in medium, mostly because we have to consider the angle. When setting velocity, considering angle of the jetpack. Yeah, if the jetpack is sideways, the smoke should be thrown out sideways, right? Smoke effect can be difficult to make, and also difficult to make performant. Okay, you add smoke on your character. Won't mining be annoying? Well, depends how much smoke you're gonna output in different situations, I suppose. Yeah, we'll have to consider that. Norfilo, hello. Welcome, mate. How are you doing, man? We're just planning the jetpack here. I was thinking definitely make smoke or output darker smoke when Jetpack is carrying heavy. Seems like my mom arrived, so I'm gonna help carry some stuff inside. That's gonna take a while, so it will be a break. Probably be back in 30 minutes or so, I would guess. Yo. That took a bit longer than expected, but everything is in the house. And you know, I don't talk to my parents that much anymore after I moved, so it's nice to catch up a little bit. Well, I'll see them the 17th of May. You're not in my house? I see. Welcome, Kurt. Nice to see you. I think Stolen ID might have broken your record of FOMO. I don't know, 15 days? Pretty impressive one I saw today. I know you had at least 10, I believe. Did you have 15 maybe? The message was a lie like the cake. Portal. That's been a while. Since I saw that reference. So what are you guys thinking? This one I'm pretty sure I'll do. Darker smoke when you're carrying heavy stuff, right? Now, if we limit the smoke when we're standing still, I think we might be good in regards of what Stolen ID mentioned here earlier, that the smoke could hinder the vision while mining. 'Cause imagine the jetpack actually points the correct way or whatever, or if you go downwards it doesn't activate really much. What I'm saying is when you're going down, the smoke is not below you, right? So let's say we stabilize like this, for example. Now technically the smoke could be hitting the ground here slightly. But if we limit the amount of smoke when we're standing still, then it shouldn't really be much of a problem. And then we can increase the amount of smoke when we thrust upwards like this. That should never get in the way of the mining as well. I think we just have to be mindful of the smoke output. And we need a way to tweak it, yeah? So, medium difficulty. Figure out how much smoke should be applied when standing still, moving down or up, sideways or up. Make a setting to tweak how much smoke is output based on a variable, e.g. value 0 to 1. Something like that. Alright, Stone. Thank you for dropping by. See you later, man. I guess you could make the output of the FX based on velocity. Yeah, that is a good idea. As long as you're moving really fast the smoke shouldn't get in way of mining, indeed. Maybe with the exception if we have a fast drill and we go downwards, we might want a little bit less. Yeah, we'll see. Also, the character never goes truly horizontal, does he? So the camera doesn't either. Should maybe allow him to turn a bit further forward. Yes. This is already like, especially with this one, it's a day's work. I think maybe if I'm slow or don't make it on the first try, this could be more than a day's work, to be honest. But we also need flames, right? So I would say for the flames, standing still, active, but can I use the same variable as I use for smoke? How much smoke is gonna come out? Can I use the same for how much fire there's gonna be? I think regardless of if I'm gonna do more or less or the same amount of thrust when I go downwards as when I stand still or whatever, I should have the logic for it. So that, for example, if I later want to make it so that there's a lot of smoke coming behind you when you go downward as well, I can easily tweak it. So how's it going, Kurt? What are you up to these days? Ah, Norfilo. Sorry, I missed your message. I have been moving stuff into the house. We moved last week and My parents came over with a Toyota Hiace, if you know what it is, a large car with a lot of stuff we were missing inside. So I have been carrying stuff inside and had a little chat with my parents, yeah. If you were asking about today. So, you're making progress, Narfilo. Glad to hear it, man. Keep it up. Feels good to make progress. I'm just thinking about what Stolen ID said here. We could base the 0 to 1 value on velocity for the flames and the smoke effect. So what I'm thinking, right, is this change, it's this Jetpack VFX, it's a lot for the third person character enjoyer. Like if you enjoy playing first person, you're not gonna see the smoke too much. And we're only worried about the smoke when you're like on the ground, like over here or something. When you're on the ground here, you might worry about how the smoke looks. But yeah, the jetpack visuals, like I said, is mostly for the third person enjoyer. And the smoke could also be the most harmful to the third person guy, because when we are moving and you're in third person, you could have the smoke go directly in the camera unless you're careful. So let's keep that in mind. I'm trying to look at the different angles, but I think as long as the smoke goes outwards from the jetpack before it trails behind the player, we should be Gucci. Could be instances like here. If we apply the fact that the smoke will crash into the wall here, then yeah, if the smoke crashes into the wall here, it could get in front of the view of the third person camera. Something I'm thinking about, to have the smoke stay in place but also expand outwards. We will use scaling for the expansion of the smoke, but we will use velocity with dampening for the position the smoke particles. So we could, like a raycast from the jetpack, I think will be useful for several things. But we could use it also to just easily get the normal, like the direction normal vector for the smoke and the fire. So with that in mind, let's immediately make a vector. I guess we could have the vector on this node. Like if we place this node as a child of the jetpack, the only issue with that is that if we have several jetpacks, I don't know how many we're gonna end up with, but either way, like as long as there's more than one, it's a bit silly to have a raycast active for every engine, right? And it's better to have a jetpack active only on the main jetpack here. Okay, so jetpack mesh. Let's do jetpack raycast. And then here we do a raycast. Well, I guess we go into the scene first. Okay, like that. Let's call it jet engine. I don't know. We can call it Jetpack VFX, but it's like it is for one engine, right? it's not for the entirety of the jetpack, so yo, Luna Carter, welcome. How are you? I'm good, thank you. I'm working on Jetpack VFX today. So far I've just been planning, looking at examples what exist and trying to figure out how to make it. This is a jet engine though. It is a singular engine VFX. So let's call it that. Okay, so I did have an old node for Jetpack VFX as well. This controls the light here. So for this one, let's do Jetpack Engine VFX, like that. let's think a bit more about the flames here. So for the black smoke, I'm not sure what is easiest. So one option is that we make a separate particle effect, which is black smoke, and one that is white smoke. We could also use the velocity value 0 to 1 to make a gradient apply to the smoke. But that's a bit difficult because we would need unique materials for all our smokes. Or a shader. If we had a shader, we wouldn't need a unique material. We would just set the shader value. So maybe shader. So what I'm struggling really with now in the design portion is I thought it was really cool when the jetpack smoke dissipated on the ground, right? Well, as long as we're moving in a tight corridor like this, smoke dissipating on the wall behind us here might get in way of the camera, you know, but let's say the smoke covers a fourth of this corridor. We allow the player to tip more forward because currently this is the maximum. It's it's not so much. Let the player tip a little bit more forward. Let the smoke from hitting the wall never go more than like up to apparently approximately where the jetpack begins here. So like this much maybe could be covered by smoke. Then we would still have decent visual clarity as we go downwards, I believe. I'm just looking at this green light as well from the drill. It seems like it doesn't really apply much to these balls. Applies to the player, but oh well, it's fine. Doesn't have to. It would be nice though. So it is a mission. Like these boxes are also only a mission. So technically, this reflection probe should pick up on it, right? It does pick up the light from the helmet. But not the drill. Oh. Try not to get sidetracked. So we could make a separate particle effect for the smoke when it hits the ground, right? wondering like what... It is possible to add a fog volume, okay? Can a fog volume be a draw pass, for example? Probably not. No. Because I imagine a fog volume might be cheap compared to many overlaying smoke effects. The question is how we would like spawn multiple as the player moves and things like this. So there's something called a fog material. Does that exist here? No. Shader but not fog. Okay. Let's keep the hard one for last. Even though maybe that's not a good idea if I'm gonna do it at the end of the day, but I think I'll use more than a day, so it's fine. When we're going downwards, we really don't need an active jetpack unless the jetpack is gonna end up turning differently, of course. Like, if the jetpack ends up turning like this, then of course it should be active when we go downwards. But if the player can maximum turn like this, or the jetpack can maximally turn like this, then it should just shut down when we go downwards instead. And then like all these potatoes are so pretty. Then in idle position we would have like somewhere in between, right? And then when moving upwards, then we would have more effect again. let's try it without this one for now. Do when we move downwards, then we have a very subtle effect. When we move upwards, we have a very strong effect. When we're idle, we have a very weak effect. And sideways, I think we can keep the strong effect. In order to achieve this, I think we can take the speed here. For using speed in speed/max speed, we can remove negative y velocity. That's just some vector math, right? Just some algebra of some kind. Not algebra, trigonometry, I guess. I'm sure ChatGPT will be able to handle this, otherwise we will make a solution. We basically want to remove the negative y velocity, so what will end up happening is if we move sideways and downwards, we will have like somewhere in between idle and full speed in this jetpack effect value. And if we move straight for downwards, all the velocity will be negative and we will have little to no jetpack effect active, just the idle part, right? Actually, it could be smaller than when we stand still, honestly. Because when we stand still, the jetpack has to keep us afloat, right? No bots allowed. Kick them out. I'm trying to think how should this actually be calculated then, because At 0 velocity, we don't want 0 effect. But we actually want something closer to 0 effect when we have a negative y value in the velocity. I think what we're gonna need is min effect idle, min effect, downwards, and that's it, right? We can have a max effect as well. No, just this. Yeah, downwards. Min effect downwards. I'm trying to think. We need to subtract at least when we go downwards and increase it when we go upwards. Well, we don't have to increase it when we go upwards, but maybe a little. Actually, we have access to the velocity normal y, right? So we can just use that. But how is this calculation gonna work? maybe not movement direction, maybe intended movement direction. So what I mean by that is, like, imagine we're going very fast downwards and we don't want the jetpack to be on much at all, the effect. But then we turn around, we want to go upwards again, and then the effect and the smoke should come immediately when we try to turn around, not when we start getting a positive velocity upwards. So when I say intended movement direction, it's like the input. Yo, Ice Reaper! Been a while, how are you doing, man? Oh, don't worry about that. I'm glad to see you stopping by to see how we're doing. I think I'll be able to run the game without too many errors right now, because I didn't do many changes today. So I guess you could see the new drill, which can also be upgraded to look a bit different. You can see, I don't know if you saw the effects of the machine gun here, the on-hit effects. And we have enemies, death effects if you didn't see those. We have shield cracking when the enemy deals damage to it. I'll wait 2 minutes for the enemies so you can see that part as well with the cracking and stuff. While I think about this jetpack, how it's gonna work. Yeah, you can post the link, Ice Reaper. I am tempted to do this. Like, let it be just full effect when you go downwards as well. I am tempted to do that. Ah, here the enemy comes. You see the death effect? Made inspired by Sword Art Online. And here's the shield cracking. And dying. Now I think you saw most of what I worked on since last time, Ice Reaper.
Commander, we're happy that you've organized the building of this place, but it's kind of about to be under attack.
So we wiped out their crops with Nuke Fest 2079, so what?
Researching.
Punishment is due.
Damn. What a project. It's a huge project there. Working with something like that would be way out of my scope. I don't have the expertise. Yes. I don't think we want we don't need a minimum effect. We pass a value 0 to 1 and we just have to tweak the particles accordingly, right? As we create the smoke and such, we might have like a threshold before the smoke even spawns. Sure. you... Expertise is acquired, not given. Well, that's completely true. Yeah, I suppose if you do modding, you should really consider the environment you're modding in. Like, when I say environment, I both mean like, is the game made available for modding, and is that something that is accepted by the developer? You want to keep the childhood games you played alive, that's nice. Okay, there we go. That's how fog looks. I think fog would make a great smoke. The problem, of course, is I don't know if you can like spawn a multitude of these smokes, you know, of these fog objects. Or if they're expensive. Are volumetric fog objects expensive to run? I was considering smoke for my jetpack and perhaps utilizing fading volumetric fog objects I spawn in. But I would need many as the jetpack can move fast. Some changing size over time. Perhaps they should slowly drift, etc. Particle effects are probably going to handle this quite well. But would cooled volumetric fog objects be an alternative, or would that be expensive on performance? Duct taped VPN LAN multiplayer experience. Is that what it's called? VPN LAN? Because that's what my game is currently as well. I guess it's using zero tier? Basically like Hamachi, right? That the same you are constructing a solution for? Well, let me see what I earned per hour in my previous game, including... I think including marketing, I spent 700 hours. I spent at least $100 because of Steam. I think I sold for like $180. So let's say $80. I didn't pay tax because I didn't have enough income to pay tax. So that means $80 is the full payment, 700 hours, so it's 700 hours divided by $80, no, it's $80 by 700 hours, so that's 11 cents an hour. That's what I earned in my last game. Do you get paid more than that? I would assume so. That's nice. Okay. Billboarded smoke particles. Yeah. I wonder, I think actually Bracky's package might have some smoke in it. Yes. Wispy smoke. TGA. Is it this one? Okay, close. That's like a 2D thing or what? Well, I guess all billboard effects will be 2D, right? So. Okay. Not the import file now. So we have the A version here, and then we have this. Does alpha, this A just mean alpha maybe? And are these available for me? No, but we can make them available, I think. Just before I go further, can I simply re-import them? RGB alpha. No. Okay. So what if I go here? Close. What is this software here? This one? AMD Adrenaline. There we go. Okay, now does the hotkey work? Yes. Smoke. Export. Well, I'm not gonna replace it. I'm gonna do. Now, if I do that, and then I go back here. Smoke 01 exported, yeah. Jesus. Okay, this one and this one. This one. Put it in here. Okay, that works. But if I do, for example, this one... Oh, that works as well. Ah, okay. I just have to do that. Never mind. Wonder what's the difference between 7A and 7 strong A. It's much more white. Okay. Let's see. Ice Reaper, you need to clarify. You had a lot of stuff reverse engineered before? I see. So all your knowledge around the reverse engineering and the knowledge around the game is what makes it more than 11 cents per hour. I see. You started 15 years ago, jeez. That's a long time. For sure. By the way, let me know if I'm like annoyingly loud sometimes or too soft or whatever. This is the first day that I use this microphone, so let me know. Maybe we can view this. Ah, here we go. Much better. It's alright. Thank you, Dark Hat, for letting me know. So what I'm looking for here is something we could use for the engine thrust. I have a feeling maybe this trace could be usable. Oh, here we have something. The muzzle. We could play around with a muzzle to make it engine thrust instead. This pack that Brakis gave, I don't think it's Brakis that made this pack. He just helped share it. But whoever made this pack, like, I'm glad they shared it. It's a lot of nice stuff in here. Let's look at what other things they have. View, large, extra large. Here's a new one, a flame. Not sure. Almost doesn't seem like flame 5 and 6 is a part of 1 to 4 here. It's maybe as it ignites these ones and then it turns on like that. Could be. Then we... It's a bit of a weird one. Yeah, this smoke is nice. Cool. Is there something else in his bundle? Flip books. View extra large. Okay, so these one we can't look at without opening them at least. There's different fire things. They're nice, but they're more like explosions and less jetpack. I mean, you could maybe like stretch this one. Yeah, it might not actually be bad. Like if you take line 2 and 3 especially and maybe stretch it a little, then could work. I hope I'll be able to do the billboarding correct. Because it's... all of these effects are billboards, right? I'm just trying to imagine, for example, if you see the jetpack at an angle, you have like, let's say the person's facing this way, right? Jetpack is here and the thrust is going down there. Now it's like we're viewing it a little from the side, front and side. So it's important that the thing doesn't turn to us so it looks like it's sticking outwards, like towards us. It has to still face this direction, only that we see the effect billboarded. Yeah, I hope I'll be able to do it. Just gonna have a quick bathroom break. Nintendo? Oh my god. They actually didn't have their source code anymore. That's crazy. They had to pirate it back from people sharing it. Okay. Let's make a little test to see if we're able to make it face the camera in the right way. So for this one, we want the pod mesh. The material. Suppose we can put it like this. Particle. Process material. Okay, so now it's not facing us. So we're gonna have to look for some billboarding first. Now it's facing us directly. Now you see, no matter how we twist or turn it, it's gonna look exactly like that. We don't want that. This maybe. No, we can't turn this. Okay, so now I understand how this one turns. Not what we want. Maybe it is this part we want. We have to... No, this is not good enough. Imagine no matter what angle the player is at, this is the parent, right? So if you turn this, this doesn't change. So this means the flames would go into the jetpacks in certain positions. It's this is wrong. This is wrong because here it's always straight up and down. And if we change the parent, doesn't work. That doesn't work. This doesn't work. So yeah, I guess none of these billboards will do the job in 3D space. The smoke is a different story. We might be able to do it with the smoke. The only weird thing about the smoke will probably be like either you're in the smoke or you're not in the smoke. When it's not 3D, it's 2D, so. Hmm. Hmm. Yo, Just Harrier, welcome. How are you doing, man? I'm currently looking at solutions we can use for the smoke and flames in the jetpack. And I don't think we can use billboarding for these, because we want to see things like the thrust from the engine from an angle, right? You just started learning Godot too recently with Brachis? Yeah, have a look at this, man. You see what it says here? Brachis VFX. I followed his tutorial as well when I learned about VFX, so... I started watching Brachis Godot tutorials autumn last year. The VFX I watched in February or something. March maybe. You're on the lookout for bots, Stolen ID. Hoping to get someone to ban. Don't worry, more will come. Did you do Brachis 2D game tutorial? Where you make that little platformer with the coins? You started with 2D, yeah? You started yesterday, yeah. I think I did the 2D tutorial, then I did the GDScript tutorial, then I did the 3D tutorial, I think. Ah, so you had an older account before this one, I see. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I like watching Brachis. He's always entertaining. I had to go through a lot of work to log into my accounts the other day. The way I solved it was downloading Authy by Twilio or whatever it says. Let's see, it's this application on mobile, Authy Twilio. With that one, you can use the code on screen as your authenticator code, even though they ask you for a text message, SMS, because they didn't send me the SMS, it never arrived. But I found out, but by using this code, they accept it, even if you didn't receive the SMS. So if that was your problem as well, that you couldn't authenticate your account, try this app and it might work. I think my PC specs are pretty good because I bought the new one in December. I guess you can see some details here somewhere. Performance. Ryzen 7 7800, if that tells you anything. 32 gig memory. I kind of want more memory because I thought 32 gig was a lot, but look how much it uses as a base. Linux helps. I would rather just buy more RAM than switch to Linux. But yeah, I'm happy with the PC specs for a few years, I think. For me, I want as little extra steps as possible whenever I'm gonna do anything on my PC. Which is why I would like to use Windows. Like if I have to do even a one-time thing to set up something so that Steam works and downloading game works or something, like I don't want to bother with it. Yeah, of course, if you have a old system like that, but the amount of hours I would spend setting up Linux, understanding Linux, and learning Linux, I might as well use those hours to work and then buy extra RAM, right? It's much easier. All right. So we're giving up on the billboarding here. It's really bad, I think, for this particular effect. Let's try to... maybe we can do something with a cylinder. Yeah, Stolen ID talked about this idea. So it's a cylinder, and we combine it with some effects on the side, particles. Like we could have several particles effects for the fire itself. So the cylinder might actually not even necessarily be a particle effect. This shouldn't be CSG though, it should be mesh. You can't own RAM, you rent it. Yeah, that's what Bezos want, I guess. You shouldn't own anything, to be honest. You should just rent everything. That way, much easier for the companies, right? Renting access memory. Yeah. Let's call it Firebase here. Let's make it a cylinder. Or is a capsule better? A cylinder, we can... A cylinder will either be a cone or... let me see. Because a cylinder will either be a cone or like very weird shape at the bottom. Maybe this rounded version can work nice. But, the capsule mesh, maybe you can't have different radius on the bottom and the top for this one. Because if we choose a cylinder, we have bottom and height, right? So we can do this. And we can... We could maybe use a shader to make the alpha value at the bottom higher than on the top or something. Maybe I should try a visual shader again. I'll probably screw it up though, since I only did it like once. Are you from Scandinavia, Sweden or Norway? That's correct, I'm from Norway. How could you tell? Do I have a Norwegian accent maybe? Seems to me you would just copy your drill thing and swap the texture. Shader. Oh yeah. Yeah. The shader, you mean? That's possible. Let's see. So I think the idea was that we do something like a gradient texture. We need a 2D one, I guess. Huh. Where did I change it? Sampler port. So we'll be doing things he doesn't know. Yeah, good job. You guessed correctly. How did I... Where did I choose that gradient thingy? Gradient texture 1D. Temporary gonna not use consideration. It color maybe. Here's the tornado shader. Let's see. It chooses color, and then it chooses default color white. Oh, my thingy crashed. Oops. Was I that bad at making visual shader that it crashes the thing? Unlucky. Okay, let's see. Okay, so it didn't save the newest version. So what did I have? I had a node for fire. I guess it's trust, and then you make a mesh, a cylinder. We call it something like trust base. Save it. So is there something here we're not gonna use? The spinning, maybe not. Maybe. But most of this I think we can reuse. And we also have parameters like opacity here. I don't wanna just apply it, I wanna copy it in case I mess with it or something. Tornado shader. Simply. Did I delete the wrong one? That doesn't work. To duplicate it like that. Mm. Yeah, I'm not a real fan of these either. Sampler. Yep. Sampler and color. Oh. Shader material. Here. Base texture. Gradient. So if we do something like to mix between orange and white and yellowish. Also the output here is that I have to do it fragment, right? Ah, here's everything. Damn it. We want to delete the bottom, right? Yeah. Color 1D gradient. Hmm. the base texture is a noise map here. Subtraction is like that. Color on the gradient. So maybe what we want like flat texture there. Maybe for this one, could we use a 2D here? And how would that look? Hmm. Okay, so that's like that. Bit weird, they're both up and down. Yeah, okay, so that's why only 1D really. No. Opacity is defaulted 1. Decreased opacity, then the subtraction thing might start coming into play, right? Yeah. So if we want to delete more, we put this higher. Hmm. Still not deleted on black, that's a bit weird. It's because of this thing, right? Left is top side. Like what I'm surprised about is that I'm not really able to subtract, so it's like completely transparent at any point here. I would imagine if I subtracted completely white, that would have to be transparent, especially when it's clamped 0 to 1. The UV. Yeah, but there's something I don't understand apparently. And not subtract from the alpha. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's set up like this. I don't understand it. Where's the subtraction? Here's the subtract. This, not this one. So now it's subtracting the alpha. Wait for that one. Can be multiplied after. And then move into alpha here. But it should always be clamped. 0 to 1. Okay. Okay. Let's see. We take the alpha value, and we subtract it by this texture here. We multiply it by this opacity here. Clamp it 0 to 1. That's it. But it's almost like is the alpha active? It is, right? It's active. Yeah. No, this subtraction texture will have to go on the color, I guess. Yeah, it has to go on the color, I guess. this is... Now we're changing... Now we're changing the color. No, that's not correct. We subtract from the color. No, we're gonna just make it darker or lighter this way. No, I don't know. This is the one that makes the most sense to me. Changing the alpha. Subtracting from the alpha. It's like the right side of this gradient controls almost the entire texture here. Ah, I wonder if it's something to do with the shape. Hmm. I don't know. Whatever, stupid shader, go away. I've had enough of you, shader. Want it. Like, I really don't understand. Like the red part of the gradient, it's up here. But if I increase it here, you can see it goes from down and upwards. And yet it exists up here. Whatever. Does it help if it's a 1D gradient or no? And still the top is different. Okay. Like this. true. I can change the alpha values on each part of the gradient here. That might be a good idea. Mm. Hey, robotic head. Welcome, man. How has your stream been? I'm doing good, thank you. You missed so much today. I've been at it for a few hours and basically I made this cylinder here. I did some planning. So I have a general idea of kind of what I want to achieve. But what I actually produced is this right here. Not very much. I was just gonna test a little how the light here works. Can I now make the pivot point? Does anyone know if I can make it so when I scale it, it stays at this location up here? Because now it's going to scale towards the middle here, right? See if I transform the scale 0.5. As you see, it moves downward, you see? Or rather like this. There we go. Yeah, it moves down here, right? So how can I move this pivot point up here, actually? You have to do it in Blender, maybe. You had a good stream, refactoring code. Most of the code was almost copy-paste. All right. That's good. Mm, like even... I don't know, what happens if I do a node 3D and I place it right here? And then the thrust here? Is it still gonna be the same problem if I scale this? That works, okay. So I can make a thrust scaling node actually. Let's see, did I hit it correctly? Needs to be further down, right? Yeah. Or this has to be further up, rather. Well, it's probably precise enough, though. As long as it doesn't move downwards, it's fine, I think. Slightly side. Okay. Maybe it's the UV space mapping. Yo, Viadev. I'm sorry if I missed your message, but so UV space mapping, was that for the scaling part or for something else? You were saying. Okay, so this light applies even inside now. Probably want it to be more orangish. Now if we have like a block next to here somewhere. Box. Yeah, now it lights up very much. Good. So that's a thrust light. Mm. I wonder if I can reuse some of what I had on my impact from the bullet. Keep these 3 for now. Definitely want to make all of this stuff unique. Okay. Process material unique. Draw pass. I'm gonna be very careful. Everything is unique because I don't want to ruin my other effect, right? Okay, so for now, we're gonna... Can we put sub-emitter? On the sparks. We do sparks 10. Okay. First of all, this should have been the other way. Oops. Oh, everything is gonna be backwards. Oh, doesn't matter, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Let's just flip it. 0, 0.5. And this one. I think there's a button to just swipe up. Okay, there we go. And then where's this? Cylinder test. Test cylinder. Okay. think that is fine. Now, how does it look if I scale it? Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Now these particles, place them down here. Let's hide this thing for now so I can see what's going on. Because the smoke is like completely weird. Smoke. What's up with the color? More like this. Darker. More gray. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and then a bit less of a spread, I think. Yeah. And they're super small. Let's do 1 to 2. Still tiny. Hmm. 0.1 gravity. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, and it's a real issue with this cylinders and their point like being in the middle here. Can I make this to take a mesh? What if I do I just wanted to see how it would be if the pivot point would be in this correct place, but whatever. I suppose we just tweak the particle effect, the spawn, scale. Scale over velocity probably. Oh, this is smoke, okay. Not scale over velocity, it's scale over time, kinda. And here, scale curve. Stupid. Oh man. This kinda sucks. Mhm. Mhm. Mm. Why is the damping not working? Mm. Welcome to the Discord, Harrier. You're still here? I should start by testing this one and then noting all. Like first I should need to test it, and I need to see what particle effects correctly follows the jetpack. And with like the flames should follow the jetpack, the smoke should just do its own thing, regardless of the player movement. Once that is in place, then I have to consider when I'm gonna show the smoke, if not always, and what variables I'm gonna tweak, such as scale and velocity and other things. We don't really need to script anything before we start testing. We can just hide these, save this scene, go to the jetpack mesh, then do the Jetpack Engine VFX on the right cylinder here. Flip it like so. Scale it. Like that. And the light is super bright, but whatever. I just want to see how the particles are affected when I move around. You see the smoke is coming with us. And that's the one thing I would like to stay behind. So it's probably like a local flag or something there. You take a look at local. Local to scene, right? Let's try to just do that on the particle process material. See if that makes a difference. No, Nope, 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 nope. Let's try putting node in here, smoke in there, and then let me see. No, that's not necessary. I think there is a flag somewhere. This one, local coordinates. That's the one I was looking for, I think. Okay, but now it doesn't spawn at all close to the jetpack. It needs to spawn at jetpack, but not follow the jetpack. Do you know Rocket Man by Elton John? I'm sure I heard that song. It's been a while though. Welcome, Crazy Cowboy. How are you, man? Yeah, true. I'm a rocket man. Something, something. Too bad I can't play it on stream. How do I spawn the smoke? Local on the jetpack, but have the particles unaffected by have already spawned particles unaffected by jetpack movement. Keep in mind the particles are consistently called over and over while I'm flying around. So like worst case scenario, I think we can pull the smoke particle effect and then like keep spawning it and despawning it as we're flying around, so we have many active smoke particle effects. Simulate in world space. I know, now it works, but they're really big. Since they're local, they don't change size. Okay. And they need a lot more. Initial velocity. Okay, let's make a few changes here. The scale I can probably set via scripting, equal to the thrust scalar here. Let's just try something like this. Crazy one direction. You see, it's not like that far off actually. I definitely want a lot of this, maybe 5 to 7 or something. I'm a rocket man. Okay, and let's try the scale. Scale over velocity. Nope. Yeah, let's get. This one. Scale curve. Let's turn it around and let's do 0.5 to 1. They do completely stop. No. Don't want them to completely stop. That turbulence is crazy. Okay. So what I want to achieve with the dampening is I want it to slow down quite a lot. But once it did, Stop the dampening. So that the turbulence can take over, you know? Is it? Is it maybe just the turbulence that is crazy here? Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of dampening going on. Even though I thought I kinda turned it off. Has to be the turbulence, right? Turbulence. Yeah, see, without the turbulence it flies. Flies away. Rails. Tube trail mesh. Maybe trails would be a good thing for smokes like this. Tube trail mesh. Let me put this back to something a bit more normal. So with a low influence, it takes a bit longer before the wind takes these things. That might be good. But I'm super intrigued by this tube trail mesh. Never had it. Straight ribbon trail mesh. did nothing happen with that one? Particle trail on, then nothing happens. Is it something to do with a lifetime? Okay, what if it's trailing and... Where did I find this thing? Isn't it here? Okay, there we go. Tube trail. And then we turn on trail. Trail on. No.
How to make a trail in the Godot engine. I already created a node 2D with a sprite 2D as a child and a simple script to follow the cursor. Next we need a particle node. GPU particle 2D or CPU particle 2D will do the job just fine. Now it's all about parameter tuning. We turn off the gravity and set the direction to -1. Right is the default forward direction, so we emit to the left. Initial velocity, lifetime and emission amount can all vary depending on your desired effect. To make the particles fade out, I use a scale curve from 8 to 0 and a color gradient to turn the alpha value to 0. Now you can just copy my settings, but I encourage you to play around with different values to see how it affects the trail. How to make a trail in the Godot engine. I already created
Now look at this. This is so good. It's Lelu! Yay! He's the guy who taught me how to do the tornado as well.
Guys, welcome back. I am Lelu. In this video we will create a smoke effect, and it can be even used as a fire, and also if you want to create a dust effect or a poison effect, this is the tutorial for you. Smoke can be created in two main styles. We have a realistic smoke and a stylized smoke. In this tutorial we will focus on crafting realistic smokes effects only. But I will also upload a tutorial about stylized smokes effects in Godot pretty soon. There are three basic ways to create a realistic smoke effect, and in this video I will show you the texture. Then I will show you the second way to create a smoke, which is much more simple and minimalistic. And then I will show you my favorite method to create the smokes, and for this one we will control the level of details of the textures using some special techniques and tricks. Here you can see the three final results. Each one of these smokes are done in a completely different way, but in case you don't want to see the entire level of details of the textures, each one of
So one is flip book. That's a typical what the Brachis shows off as well. Smoke. So yeah, maybe the smoke I can just use like some of Brachis stuff, like a quad mesh or something, but
of these smokes are done in a completely
I'm just trying to imagine these when
different way.
when they're moving.
But in case you don't want to see the entire video, I have divided this video, so I will need to create a new color for this. So that's basically it, guys. And create a color parameter and a color for the. So we are already the alpha random value between 3 to vertex fragment section of the shader, and I will go ahead and get the alpha of my particle system.
Yeah, I think this is a good one. Let's put it here. So one note. Okay, so make a new smoke effect, and then scripts, or note down what parameters we want to change for smoke. And Omnilight, and the two thruster particles, yeah. Okay. I think we are good. The smoke effect is probably gonna take some time. But I kind of feel like it's worth it. I'm not a super fan of the small
Here.
ball
And
smoke
I
we
will
currently use.
Multiply, so parameter and out a little bit more.
So here he
So
doesn't
let's go back to the
use
fragment section of the shader.
blender, right? This
Oh.
is
The smoke
No.
is being animated.
and if we don't end up liking that smoke either completely, we could still probably utilize some of Bracky's stuff then. Can I actually animate? No, let's see. We just create another GPU particles down here. Smoke 2. What I wanted to see is like after we add the draw paths and everything, can we Can we animate it using a lot of single PNGs? Or do we need a flipbook? True, there is still a tiny problem with this kind of smoke that thinking about. It's the fact that yeah, you're either, it doesn't have any, how should you say it? It doesn't have a, it's not 3D, it's 2D, so you're either in front or you're behind it. You can't be like partially inside it or completely inside it or something like that. I guess you can be partially inside it. Yeah, maybe it works. The player is halfway inside it. Know how it will look. We'll find out. What we can do is make one the time of 20 seconds. And then we can do gravity. Zero. Then we can do it should already be like okay. Maybe it's local though. No, it's not local, okay. So this is how it will look, right? But I'll have to do billboard and probably a particle. Keep scale, yeah, sure. So yeah, you see what I mean? It's like it looks a little weird, maybe, right? When you go inside it, but you can kind of notice it isn't 3D. It looks a bit weird. It looks a little off. Yeah, no. I don't know. Let's see, what techniques did he use? Flipbooks.
Then I will show you my favorite.
Flipbooks. Method 2 single and auto LOD.
The way I will
Let's see if we can catch what he does on the draw pass. Already a change. Okay, here there's a quad mesh, so that's also 2D. And this is like this is a bit of a weird one.
I will choose a visual shader, and let's name this guy let's see, we get these multiple textures, but the trick is I will use the level of details of this texture to make this texture like blur, to like disappear. Texture looks instead of originally goes from this is, and I will right click and create the alpha of my particle system. The problem with this is we cannot assign a color over here because we are already using the color to control this value. So I will need to create a new color for this particle. Right click and create a color parameter into my new shader material. And here in shader parameters I can set the
I was
color
really
for
happy
this
with his
small
tornado though, and to be fair, this is an 8-minute video because we don't have to look before here, right? That's what I think. That's a funny one. I'm interested in how he does this one. But it's not a tutorial though. Holy moly, what an explosion, guys. But yeah. I think Leila's tutorial is the best one on YouTube, at least. We should try it out. Come to think of it, one of Bracky's ones is smoke as well, I think. Maybe I should put the videos here so you guys can see. See.
Always rotate to point towards the camera. This results in flat 2D particles that we can move and manipulate in 3D space. It's highly pretty and change the color to a dark gray, and immediately it looked like smoke. Note that whenever you duplicate a particle source, also making to the mesh, but I definitely recommend a texture, which we'll be doing a lot, and we select make unique recursive on the also because Godot will don't work unique fade in and out. So if you want to get really fancy, you can also enable turbulence and play around with the settings to make it seem like particles are getting caught in the wind. And that's it for the smoke layer. Things to make it over to remember to avoid making textures unique if you can. Very confused? Just remember.
So he puts the texture here in the albedo. But once you view the smoke afterwards, you can't.
And set transparency to alpha.
No, he doesn't use that one. You see, the albedo has no change. So what is he saying here?
Because then, instead of loading the texture regularly, also we need to doing a lot. A final thing to note is that if a material uses a texture, which we'll be doing a lot, and we select make unique recursive on the material, we need to uncheck the texture. Otherwise, the texture also becomes unique, and that is not great, because then instead of loading the texture regularly, Godot will embed it into the scene, and so the scene gets bloated with a bunch of texture data. Don't worry at all if that made you very confused. Just remember to avoid making textures unique if you can.
Okay. I probably did that sometime. Oops. I don't know. Or maybe not, because I don't really use textures like that. But for example, this smoke. I'll go to the albedo there. Fill in the texture slot. Is that really gonna change anything? Texture, let's see the smoke, I guess. So these are a little smaller? I don't know. They look like bubbles. The scale does a lot though. I think an issue is that they're all rotated the same, maybe. Can I apply some rotation? Does this matter? It's maybe the lighting that I'm seeing. Yo, immortal ice cream. You won't melt in the sun. What's up, man? How are you doing? You like my VFX? Thanks, man. I'm not very good at it, but we're making something. What's nice is that even if you don't make the perfect VFX, when you have many layers, you know, like you have a VFX for the engine, you have one for the drill, for the rocks, for the guns and everything. It all just comes together, even if it's not amazing by itself. I think maybe this is a bit prone to lagging? Not sure. I'm debating whether I should keep this smoke effect here, which is very much 3D at least, or if I should if I can find it again, use Lelu's smoke on the right here.
Hello,
This
guys.
one. The issue with the ones using billboard is that you can see that they are like 2D when you fly through them. But I'm not sure about this last one because
Shader.
it has this
Smoke.
rotating effect. You might actually not be able to tell that it's 2D.
LOD. Create. And let's double click to open the shader.
Really? You were here 6 months ago? That's incredible, man. It's really cool that you come back. We're slowly inching forward. Like you can tell that it's very much the same game as it was 6 months ago. But But it looks a lot better anyways. Sounds better. Ah, you subbed to me. Thank you. Yeah, the YouTube is a bit easier to follow maybe. I'm going to try. I'm not gonna promise anything, but I'm going to try and post little shorts about things I do during the day as well. For example, if I make the jetpack effect now today and tomorrow, then maybe at the end of tomorrow I'll just post a short showing the jetpack effect. So if you just want to see like the progress really quick without following like long devlog days, YouTube is perfect. Your game is much more advanced. I guess it is, especially considering how the blocks work compared to before. Like under the hood, it's a lot more complex than before. Mostly ChatGPT and desperation. Yeah. Like the first time you make something, there's a lot of struggling. So it is. You did a good job on the multi-mesh for some beginner. It was difficult. It took an entire month to do the blocks, actually. Because the thing with the blocks, right? The blocks used to be nodes by themselves, if you know what that is, Immortal Ice Cream. Like each individual block would exist as itself, you know, but these blocks are just visual blocks, and then there's a lot of like math and code and stuff that goes into targeting them and moving them around and breaking them and everything. It's like it makes the blocks very cheap. You have a lot of experience with Godot then. Yeah, then you know what I'm talking about. So these are multi-mesh, these blocks. They don't have colliders or anything, which is what makes them so cheap. Yeah, this smoke is not so good. It's I would have to have the smoke rotate if I'm gonna use these textures. Otherwise they're like super weird. think I should also make it dissipate a lot faster. Not necessarily before it completely disappears, but just the albedo goes down fast and then slow. Alpha. Maybe something like this. Makes sense. Do you have them as chunks or just as functionality, one big chunk? I do have a adjustable chunk size, so I can do like say how many blocks is on one side of the chunk, like 20 by 20 by 20, for example, is what I'm using now. And how it works is that every time I enter a new chunk, I spawn the nearby chunks. Well, I spawn chunks in a radius of 2 or something, basically, that haven't been spawned already. So it's just procedurally generates in the direction you go. You did a lot of Godot then if you did it since 3.0. Are you working on something these days? you do Godot for fun, and you always get called back to game dev. That's nice. And you want to make a big project at the end of the year. And you have made a lot of itch game jam games. That's fun. That's probably what I would do as well if I didn't go all in. Like, game jam seems really fun. I tried one and I didn't go all in, like I didn't get really invested, but I could see it's intriguing, the game jams. You never made a game jam? I should try it. It's pretty fun, and it's like, no matter what, it's not a big investment of your time, because you only have a week. Like, it can't eat more than a week of your time. So yeah. I'm happy I didn't need extra logic for the direction that the smoke gets shot out. It all just follows the jetpack, even though the smoke is like in the global space once it's spewed out, you know? Stops following the jetpack. So yeah, it's really nice. Now, I wonder, what if we did something simpler than trying to follow the tutorial first? What if we had like loud mesh and we used that for the smoke or something? Okay. Is this just 5 spears together, or what is this? Spears. Yeah, okay. I can make that. This one is maybe something I would... Oh, here's a good one. Yeah, these are good. Like if I could make something like this. Blender. Would be nice. You have been prompted. Just join our game jam. You need a week of vacation and another day to recoup from the stress. Well, to be fair, when I joined the week-long game jam, I spent 3 days. And I didn't have a group, so I just did it by myself, so there was no one to put pressure on me. I wonder if we do something like this in Blender, if it has something like smooth between the edges setting or something, so that it's like it makes one unit, you know? Yeah.
Shader, go down to be always facing the and using the color to control this value. They are all available. So now I can go to my new shader material, and here in shader parameters I can set the color for this smoke.
Come on, there's no way that this one is gonna be worse than literally floating balls, right? This has to be better. You keep joining shorter and shorter game jams, anything more than a week, and I just don't do anything until the final week. 2 days is my favorite length, but I don't view it as stress of the game jam. You literally crave them and you can't stop. It's like a baseline urge to make games, and it must be fed. I'm glad you enjoy it, Immortal Ice Cream. It's nice to hear. Like, I think we're gonna go for this smoke tomorrow, and even if it doesn't work out, it's a 2 hours investment maybe to make it, and we'll learn something along the way. We'll try to pick up on more tricks on the visual shader, because I have no idea how it works. It's very new to me, so it's a good one anyways. And I really like this Lelu guy's first tutorial, so let's give it a go. For now, I'll make sure that you guys have someone you can continue watching that does game dev as well. Let's see who's online. Alright, so let's check out the mysterious game 2 of Mr. D-Boy today. It's been a while since I rated him. There we go. Again, thank you guys for watching today. I appreciate that. It was nice with some company while struggling with this VFX. It's crazy how little we did, kind of, but it's also like we have a solid foundation for how we're gonna do the Jetpack VFX, I think. So if not tomorrow, we will finish Wednesday. Just have to keep working. Have a nice day, guys.